This is a clouds weather alert. Good Saturday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, coming on the air with severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of our area. We have two yellow boxes here in place, so we need to get right to it. I appreciate you guys just coming on here, tuning in and trusting me. We do have, again, two severe thunderstorm warnings as we look at the map right now. The first one that was issued here about 10 minutes ago was issued for portions of St. John's and for parts of Flagler here as well until 3:30. So we're watching that situation very carefully down there in toward, our coastal areas. And then out further west, we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45 for portions of Lafayette and also in toward parts of Taylor County. So again, watching this carefully, Taylor, Lafayette at 3:45, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible, and same for Flagler and St. John's there. As we're looking at the overall situation, Flagler and St. John's, the hail is supposed to be more like 3/4 of an inch or less, and then we have a third severe thunderstorm warning popping up now. It's that summertime pattern really coming into play. This just got issued for parts of Nassau and then also parts of Duval here as I look at my other screen. So we now have three severe thunderstorm warnings on the board. So let's get right to it. We're going to stick with this wall-to-wall here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Not a tornado situation right now, it doesn't look like, but we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings on the board here. So we really need to be very mindful of what we're tracking. We've had strong storms, some of those causing some power outages. The heat's been a big story out toward the west there. We have the heat advisory and the orange out there. That's what that is on the map as we're looking out West Perry, Tallahassee, Valdosta area, give or take. But we have three severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now. So let's get right to it. We'll go ahead and zoom in first down here into toward parts of St. John's and Flagler. So St. John's and Flagler, we're watching this very carefully here within the Doppler algorithm. So just, watching this very, intently here as I look at things and as I track things. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation, give you guys that very latest here as we watch out for everybody here in the 38 counties. Again, we have multiple warnings here on the board, now. These afternoon storms, we get them a lot in this meteorological summertime period. And here we are again, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now. So as we go ahead and get on in here, you can kind of see as we look here, this warning, this is for parts of Flagler and parts of St. John's. I know this is firing up in instability here where we have over 4,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE. And we're talking about at 2:49, a severe thunderstorm was located near St. Augustine Shores, or 7 miles southwest of St. Augustine, moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. St. Augustine Beach, Marineland, Crescent Beach, St. Augustine Shores, Butler Beach, as well as St. Augustine South, DuPont Center, and Elkton. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning. This is moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. So southeast at 10 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and do a storm track here on this. As we look at the overall situation, again, southeast at about 10. So this gets into Palm Coast about 3:27 here, with some of the more intense activity, give or take. This time of year, things can really kind of shift pretty quickly. But right now, that's kind of the track that we're on with this. You see, but now not far behind as we're watching the situation. I'll do another just kind of look at this here. We'll do it one more time because, these times could vary just a tad bit here based on the angle that I take it. So, you can see Beverly Beach shows up in here at 3:52 when I kind of angle it over just a little bit more. So again, we're watching this very carefully here with this situation. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning, some 60-mile-an-hour winds a possibility, and that's what the warning is for Duval and Nassau as well that we'll get to in a moment. I know we're looking a little further away from the radar here, but let's kind of get on in here a little bit with this into some of the mapping. We'll kind of get down here. You see Old Brick Road, County Road 13 South. And we do see a situation. These don't show up all that strong here in this mode. Let's back it up here 15 minutes, see what the Weather Service saw when they issued this warning. And, we're just kind of seeing a bunch of lightning here as we get into toward part of that area. So whenever thunder roars go indoors, whether we have a warning or not, again, we have that severe thunderstorm warning. This is at the beach on the weekend, and people need to take heed whether there's a warning or not even an advisory. You can still have lightning that can be deadly here. So we need to take this very seriously. We gave you the heads up about this. I know I put it out there last night on social media talking about this potential. We talked about it yesterday on Cloud Weather at 5:30. I mean, even beforehand, we had been kind of alluding to what could happen here with the very latest. We just got an update on this warning. So let me go ahead and switch back over to the normal radar reflectivity view here. Again, this is summertime. It just hadn't happened like this with these pop-up storms. This starts to happen almost every day here toward our area once we get, in later into June and July and August. But we hadn't been having it as much, and now we're getting it, and this might catch some folks off guard. So at 3:05, a severe thunderstorm was located near St. Augustine Shores, or 9 miles east of Hastings, moving southeast now at 5, so they've slowed it down a little bit. Marine Land, St. Augustine Shores, Crescent Beach, Butler Beach, and DuPont Center. So for your protection, you really want to move to that interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm, and it may lead even to some flash flooding because of that slow movement here. Let's go ahead and I know we need to get to the other warnings here, but just real quick while I'm thinking about it, let me see if I can get some of our hydrology products on here. I want to try to get our dew pole rain rate. So we're going to go back over here now. And if this stayed over the same area for an hour, it would lead to 6 inches of rain. Obviously, we're not going to stay over the exact areas for a total hour, the exact, highest rate of rainfall, but it still could be problematic here. Still could be problematic for folks. We could get 3 or 4 inches maybe, depending on how things set on up. In fact, let me kind of click off of this here. Let me click off of this. We'll go ahead and let's go to 3-hour rainfall accumulation, and we'll be able to see here, sowing up over an inch in some of these areas, inch and a half even. So that's the storyline there. Let's go to the next warning here. We, kind of have to move around where multiple warnings, are on the board here, like what we have right now. When we have multiple on the board, this is for Duval and for Nassau until 3:30. A severe thunderstorm warning not far east of the Jacksonville Airport. You see some green and red here, maybe some burst of wind down toward the surface. It says there's a little weak rotation, maybe a little bit of hail in here. I'm just checking some different products here. Going through this, just trying to see, some of the potential. The hail threat's supposed to be under an inch here in diameter, according to the Weather Service. But let me go ahead and just look here at 3:01, a severe thunderstorm. 3:01 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Ocean Way, or 9 miles east of Jacksonville International Airport, and moving southeast at 5 miles an hour, southeast at 5. So Talbot Island could be impacted here as we're looking at the situation. Talbot Island. So 5 miles an hour, and that movement was off toward the south and east. So very, very slow movers here. Makes it kind of, difficult here if we're trying to do a trap, because things are just kind of meandering around here as we're watching the overall situation. But we'll take it southeast at 5. And it's not going to show anything in this mode. I need to go into our track here and see if I can get any of the smaller communities. So I got to manipulate some things here in our system real quick. I got to change our rank size, our geography, in terms of the city population. And now you do see Black Hammock pop up at 3:13 there, maybe being impacted. So already hearing some rumbles of thunder there. You already want to be inside there around Black Hammock, that community, when thunder roars, go indoors here. So again, we're watching that very carefully as we look in toward that area. We have multiple other strong storms, but we need to get out of this other severe accent out toward the west here. Did they already go? Okay, they already dropped that warning. Wow. Lafayette and Taylor, at least we mentioned at the top here. That's how quickly things are going with this activity here this afternoon. Hardly can keep up as things are going up and down here in terms of that potential. But we did have a warning out here for a little while. To loop it around, you'll see it. I mean, it was this area actually, west, southwest of Mayo. And now it kind of fell apart here. It was only in effect for like 15 minutes maybe with that warning. So I'll go ahead and read that statement off where they canceled that warning out there. This is in an environment with almost 5,000 joules per kilogram of Cape. There's a lot of storm action, but they're seeing the storm, which, prompted the warning, has weakened below severe limits. The Tallahassee office is at 2:53, though, for Lafayette and Taylor, nearly stationary. Mayo, San Pedro Junction, Cook's Hammock, Wardy areas underneath that warning. But They have the Tallahassee office has dropped that severe thunderstorm warning there. This area maybe, let's see if that area is kind of taking hold, because that kind of looks like the lightning's going away. And now this one's becoming the more dominant storm. And just based on lightning, which isn't always, the perfect indicator. And let me take the Vedosta radar. This might be where we get our next warning here in southern parts of Lafayette County. So we need to be very mindful here, because that's a lot of lightning. This is a ton of lightning. This has got to be some of the most lightning I've seen since I've been using this system. We don't even have an advisory there yet. Interesting, but I'm sure they'll at least issue an advisory here soon. Doesn't mean, the winds aren't overwhelming, but that's what you get the criteria. But that looks like enough at least for an advisory. But that's a ton of lightning. This is just 15 minutes here, folks. This is just 15 minutes. Let me put our roads on in that area, because I want to zoom down to street level, and then we'll get back to our warnings. I know there's a ton going on here this afternoon as we're monitoring the situation. There's an absolute ton here going on. And we're going to go ahead and zoom on in here. You see, trying to give you that advanced heads up. We're not seeing a bunch of roads, but Caps Tower Road there, as we look and as we track, and Hunt Club there in southern parts of Lafayette. It's a pretty rural area, it would seem, but let's get back to more populated areas then, where we have these warnings further east. We need to get back toward the east here. As we look here at this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, parts of Duval, parts of Nassau here. Let me switch over to the Jacksonville Road product in our system. As we go ahead and you zoom in here, you can see some of these different areas. Denton Road. You have Spring Hammock Road. You have Pumpkin Hill Road, Saltpit Road, Hexer Drive there, right on the edge of this. As we're looking at the overall warning situation, checking my different alerts up on the screen here. Again, we don't have Lafayette and Taylor out west anymore. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out east. Again, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out east here. Again, parts of Duval and parts of Nassau here. There's some wind enhancement right now, right near, not too far from Sterrett Road. You can see Ed Johnson Road here. As we look in here, it's setting so overwhelming, but these could be a lot stronger because we're right by the radar, and these could be reading a little bit on the low side. So if we have some wind damage, I need to switch this around. Let's kind of try to figure out where that could be. We'll loop this the last 15 minutes or so. You see around Sadie Rest there. We're trying to give you guys the very latest. This is just meandering, to be completely honest. It's kind of meandering around here. Let's look at our skip product. We're watching that. It says it's moving south, but again, I'm seeing a lot of meandering here this afternoon. So we're just going to continue to watch the overall situation here very carefully. So let's get down to the south here with this warning down here for parts of St. John's and parts of Flagler. So St. John's and Flagler until 3:30 with this warning. Let me go ahead and read you the latest on this, the latest update here from the Weather Service. We're going to go ahead and read that at 3:05, a severe thunderstorm was located near St. Augustine, or 9 miles east of Hastings here. I keep looking at my monitor above me because it gives me all the updates from the Weather Service offices. So if I look off, I'm not looking away from you guys to not be talking. I'm just making sure I'm giving you guys the very latest. But Marine Land, St. Augustine, Swords, Crescent Beach, Butler Beach, and DuPont Center here are being impacted. There's quite a bit of less lightning in this than maybe off toward the west here right now. And the heat's been a big story, too. We're at 97 here east of Stark right now. We'll get into all that here as time permits this afternoon, but a lot less lightning here. So this doesn't look, as impressive. This lightning tracking, from the Barren Link system is just, is really just top of the line type of software, so it can give us instantaneous data that can really tell us how storms are going minute by minute here. Velocity scans take a few minutes, but with the lightning, this is pretty much instantaneous. What we're able to show any new flashes, of lightning, that happen, we'll get the icon actually flash on the screen, meaning they've been, occurring there. They've occurred in the last 60 seconds, and you don't see a lot of that with this. So I think this is in the weakening phase down here as we look towards St. John's and Flagler. So let's get back toward the north here as we get north parts of Nassau and parts of Duval here. It looks pretty impressive north of Sadie Rest, Nassauville area there. Again, you have some pretty impressive winds. This is just east of the Jacksonville International Airport. I know I have to do it a little bit different way here, but I have my traffic camera on my other screen. I'm gonna, I haven't really done it when I've been on camera like this. I have to kind of look away. This is not the easiest thing to do, to be quite honest, but I'm going to try to zoom in here on my traffic source, just a one-man band, and we're going to try to pull up a camera to Jacksonville International Airport here. So we'll try to pull up a traffic camera, and then we'll put that on the full screen here with some of the darker skies. So let's go ahead and we'll switch on over right now. We'll switch on over toward our traffic source here, and you'll be able to kind of see what's going on momentarily. But I need to move it up in our system here because we had to, this system, the new Baron system, I put it ahead so it won't pop up automatically. So I need to pull it ahead of that here right now. So then now it pops up behind me. So here's your Florida 511 perspective here. This is that Florida 511 camera perspective near the Jacksonville International Airport. You see the darker skies telling that story here again, trying to give you guys the very latest as I look through some of our different informational details. I want to make sure we put up, our super here to remind you guys that this is from Florida 511 here. As we've upgraded stuff and, still have to figure some things out on the fly here as we're looking at the overall situation. So let me go ahead and now pull that up. Again, this is a Florida 511 camera view here. You see some of the darker skies. You see some of these darker skies here, as I'm looking at the severe thunderstorm on that screen. Over there off camera, I see 27 lightning strikes last 15 minutes in that area. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of Duval and parts of Nassau. Again, until about 3:30. So, some damaging winds possible. It looks pretty impressive on radar. It's east of the airport by a little bit, but let me put something else together here again. We're still kind of getting used to this. This is our first real severe stream. We had like a rogue warning here to second. I'm with the Baron system. We've been on for years with other systems, but with the Baron system, this is our first real severe stream. We had to come on there a little early last week before our 5:30 show, and this is the first time we're really jumping in like this here with special coverage, extended coverage like this with this new system. So a few little bugs have to be worked out, but I think it's going pretty good so far as I try to give you guys the very latest here to protect and inform you, your friends, and your family. So let me go ahead here and I want to use our measuring tool, and I'll switch off of the camera here in a moment, but let me just get some things situated here with our measuring tool because I want to see how far away the airport is from some of the worst of this, because a lot of you guys know where Jacksonville International Airport is as we look here and as we track. So I'm going to use our measuring tool here. I'm going to use that measuring tool to kind of give you an idea from, where this camera perspective, it might actually be a little bit further east of the airport, so it's a little closer than what I'm about to show you with the mileage. But so let's go ahead and jump away from this for right now here. You can see it's 8 miles from the airport. Some of the worst of this, 8 miles east of the airport. That camera's probably like 5 miles, away from the storm axis here. The storm's about 5 miles east of that camera because it's probably a few miles east of the airport. So, I'm looking at everything here. Let me get that camera off here on my other screen for now. We'll, free up some computer resources here as I look and as I track. So again, just normally a lot closer to this screen over here to do some of this, but this is trying to give you guys the very latest here as we inform you, your friends, and your family here on the overall situation. So again, let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and jump on back to the broad view here. Again, the time right now is 3:19 on this Saturday. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We're watching the situation very carefully here. You can see all these lightning strikes, but let's tilt it because I don't want to count too many really that are out of our area because this is still pretty impressive. I mean, we're seeing 437 here within this frame in the last 15 minutes. So you got to really be careful when thunderboards go indoors. Haven't seen lightning like this really in our area since we've been using this system the last couple of weeks since the beginning of the month. On the air. So we have multiple areas that we're watching. Let's get up to southeast Georgia now. It's hitting severe warning, but this is around Brunswick. A lot of lightning there around Country Club Estates, Beverly Shores. You see around the Darien Highway area. This is in Glenn County, though, not up into McIntosh, which is not in our area, but Glenn is in our area here. As we look, Country Club Park, Country Club Estates, Beverly Shores, Azalea Gardens there, Cypress Mills. You can see Riverside. You have St. Simon Mills. You have areas there around the island retreat there. You have the Meadows. You have St. Simon's Island. Again, just trying to give you guys the latest. There is a special weather statement until 4 o'clock. Any updates on that? Okay, we have a warning now for Glenn. Okay, I thought we were getting there with this. You're going to see a yellow box pop up here in just a second. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning now for Glenn County. All this lightning here. This is a signal sometimes meteorologically that we're getting some maybe upscale growth here. And we're getting, I don't think I have it in this system to show our ZDR product would show that sometimes. But you see our new warning now to 4 o'clock for parts of Glenn County. 60-mile-an-hour winds a possibility. They're going under 3/4 of an inch on hail as we look here. So again, severe thunderstorm warning now for Glenn County here in southeast Georgia. Let me read the statement off from the Jacksonville office here. As we look at 3:20, a severe thunderstorm is located over St. Simon's Island, moving southeast at 5 miles an hour. Brunswick, St. Simon's Island, Dock Junction, St. Simon's Island Village, Country Club Estates, Sea Island, Jekyll Island here. Underneath this warning, again, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Glenn there until 4 o'clock. Again, severe thunderstorm warning situation there. We have severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Duvall, parts of Nassau. We also have St. John's and Flagler. Let's check on this here for a moment. See what's going on down here. You don't see near as much lightning. That's a good sign. That's near 95. They're blinding downpours there in toward that area. Some light rain here in parts of Bradford. Look at all that lightning, though, out towards southern Lafayette and northern parts of Dixie County. I know it's not a warning. I don't even see an advisory on it, as we're looking right now. That's just a ton of lightning there. I know there's a really rural area, though. But that is just 210 there in the last 15 minutes. As we look down in here, again, that really does tell that weather story for sure. And we're really watching that carefully there as we get into some of that street level mapping, Caps Tower Road. And this is very rural out here, but that is very impressive west of Hatch Bend. As we're looking there, Wanamaker there, a little west of there, west of US 129. You're probably hearing rumbles of thunder all the way in Gilchrist County from this, like around Bell maybe. You're probably seeing some ominous looking skies as you look off toward that west there. As we bounce between some different products. So we have a bunch of things going on. I haven't had a chance to look at questions, comments. I apologize if I'm kind of leaving people hanging over there because we just got so much going on with all these warnings. I'm trying not to miss anything. But let's just see who we have watching with us here this afternoon. We have Thomas watching. We have Top Cat watching and some others there. Just the comments from Thomas and Top Cat right now, but appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. 8 of you watching here on this Saturday afternoon with multiple local severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now. Again, just trying to keep you updated. Let's go over to power outage numbers right now, though. We'll jump over to that, and you see Lafayette, almost 10%. I know there's not a lot of population there. There's another way I can look at this maybe later on, but, with the actual number. But 10% of the customers on the electric grids that are being tracked here from PowerNet.us are without electricity there in Lafayette County. About 1% in Jefferson, 0.1% in Camden there. So don't see, Duval, Nassau. Yeah, we'll see if that starts to populate in the system here pretty soon. In fact, there's another way I can do this here. Kind of do it in the manual sense. So let's, I'm going to bounce out of this here because there's a different way I can do this. It's kind of, still, there's so many different things. This is just the greatest technology ever, really. But there's so many different things. I don't know every shortcut yet to get to everything, but I was looking at this here the other night. So I'm going to try to get the power outage information on here in just a moment here in a different way as we look at the overall scenario. So again, just trying to let you guys know what's going on here this afternoon as I try to protect, inform you, your friends, and your family. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in. So we're going to let's do county power outage total. Okay, that popped up. Now I can do pixel query. So what I can do, not the heat advisory, we'll turn that off. And then we have, as I go ahead and get over to some of our information here, we have all these different buttons, of course, and just trying to give you guys the very latest. You see 400, so that's not a high population county, so that's 400 customers in the dark. There you have, this is, getting up north there, just 100 as we look right now. So, this is quite a few folks out there in toward Lafayette, though, with all that lightning. I mean, I already seen some of that before we came on, too. But, again, let's get back over to the warnings here right now as we track things. By the way, some different wind reports just real quick. We'll touch on these. Let's put the warnings back on. But we had a 44-mile-an-hour gust around Fort Caroline there at 2:40 p.m. We had a 47-mile-an-hour gust there at about 2:43 p.m. See all these different yellow boxes, all that lightning. Let's get back into this. This seems like it's really, could become a problem here in terms of maybe a little bit of damage. It's summertime stuff, but maybe a little bit of damage here in toward parts of Glenn County here this afternoon as we get down on in here. We get down on in here with the very latest. You can see St. Simon Mills, Keens Way, Keens Lane. Again, just trying to let you guys know the very latest here on the situation. Some wind there for sure. You can click on some of these different reports here this afternoon. I know trying to just give you guys the very latest here to inform, protect you, your friends, and your family. Let's get back down here. This is an advisory now for Dixie and for Lafayette till 4 o'clock. I know this is north of Cross City right now. I know it's not warned, but there's just a ton of lightning here. So I'm going to get a storm track on this for everybody at home. I'm going to get a storm track on this here. Well, maybe I'm not. They're saying it's nearly stationary, so we won't track it. But Cross City, in theory, it could kind of drift on down that way. I'm sure you're hearing a lot of those rumbles of thunder there around Cross City this afternoon. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. Trying to give you guys the very latest here on the situation as we're monitoring things here. It is 3:27 on this Saturday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, and I'm looking at more information come on through. So I'm not trying to ignore you guys watching on the screen, but I just have to check my monitors here. I have to check my monitors. We do have Dixie Lafayette advisory to 4. We have an advisory for Duval, coastal St. John, northern inland St. John's, western St. John's, at least part of those zones. Technically, it's north central St. John's, southeastern Duval until 4, though. So let's go ahead and jump back over there now. By the way, you're seeing some lightning in Wakulla County. Look at all that lightning, in the northern Taylor County as well. Got so many things to choose from here this afternoon. We have around Boyd there. You can see all this lightning. When thunder roars, you want to go indoors. You also have Wakulla County here. We have this right there on Crawfordville. You're getting some lightning, some electrical energy. Even if we don't have a warning, that could still be dangerous out here. And, speaking of what's been dangerous this afternoon is the heat. Areas that haven't had the rain here, definitely getting some really warm temperatures here. As we look at that 99 Gainesville right now. I think Brunswick got to 100 earlier when I was looking on this map. And we have 95 Stark. I'm actually at 97 though, east of town. You see 97 Tallahassee. Some of these areas are a little bit more rain-cooled. There you see a little patch of that there as we kind of look between Jacksonville and St. Augustine. Brunswick will drop soon, with that rain in the vicinity. But this tells a story. But guess what? Those heat indexes feel like, those feels like temperatures. As we're looking, into the triple digits, well into the triple digits here. As we're monitoring things, you see 104 is what it feels like around Stark, 106 Gainesville. This really oppressive type of heat here this afternoon as we give you guys that very latest information. So let's show you the 7-day because let's go ahead and show you that because I do want to just show you getting the 97-ish today. I bumped it one for today, but then you can see here in the period those rain chances will stay around. We'll be watching things as we look ahead, maybe more strong, severe storms some of these days. I know when you first jump into storm accident and after it's been warm, this is one of those days where you can get a little bit more volatile accident in terms of the number of warnings here. Otherwise, maybe not quite getting to 60 some of these days here with the wind gust potential. But again, we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. The time right now is 3:30 this afternoon. as we're looking to Saturday, May 13th, when thunder roars go into, or June 13th, excuse me. Goodness, there's too many different months, days. We've been so busy here in the Weather Center. June 13th here, when thunder roars go indoors, lightning can strike miles away from apparent storms. So, when thunder roars, you want to go indoors here. As we're looking, this way be very mindful here. That lightning safety, just when thunder roars, you want to go indoors here. Just be very mindful of the overall situation here meteorologically. And we're going to go ahead and go back on over toward the map here right now. We're going to go back on over toward the map. You can kind of see here. See some of these different storms. Our one warning that remains is in southeast Georgia. Okay, we have a flood advisory, by the way, for Dixie Lafayette. That's moving so slow out there. But you have a part of Glenn County here with a severe thunderstorm warning, and this goes until 4 p.m. 4 p.m. for parts of Glenn. All these different communities, some different impacts here. Some of this is maybe, over water here too in between, but you see the latest scan now coming through on the Doppler here. That latest scan, you see right around St. Simons. You might have wanted to go out there to enjoy your weekend, and unfortunately, for right now, you're having to stay inside. I see a new advisory for parts of Duval, northeast Nassau, northeast Duval until 4 p.m. So, again, continuing to monitor things. You see some of the different areas here. St. Simons Island, that's one of those areas being impacted. St. Simons here. Again, just got to be really careful with this overall weather situation. Again, we're continuing to give you guys the very latest here meteorologically. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here till 4 p.m. So another 28 minutes there. We also have other areas with advisories, in southeast Georgia, broad area. Up here, in the Nassau and Duval, we have this warning here, or advisory, and the 4 parts of Duval and Nassau. And then we also have parts of St. John's Flagler, and our map jumping around here on us. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'll move this mouse pad around just a little bit so that didn't happen. Try not to have that happen again, but let's go ahead and jump in over here now. We'll go ahead and get into southern parts of Lafayette. Let me go ahead and we'll get the streets back on here. Let's get the streets back on. We have this flood advisory here, and that flood advisory in play. I may not be able to click on it here because we have some, the other advisory up here too. But again, let's see when that expired. It goes until 5:30, the flood advisory. So let's go over to the dual pole rain. Let's go over to hydro. The rate is, significant. Let's just a 3-hour accumulation here right now. Look at that. Already adding up. I know that's very rural out here, though, thankfully. But, I mean, this, over 3 inches there already in some parts. We need to rain very badly because of the drought scenario, though. As we're watching things, as we're tracking things here with the overall picture, I know we still, have some of that storm energy around, though, as we look all that atmospheric instability that we're looking at here in the picture. So, I just got to continue to be very mindful here of that. Not a tornado threat right now, it doesn't seem like. As I'm just scrolling through what else we want to go through. Let's go futurecast. Still some storm action later. I think some of the stuff came in a little earlier than what the model was showing, so maybe it'll end a little earlier, at least with that severe potential. But we'll, be destabilizing again tomorrow here as we look, and, as we track in that instability into play. So that's something to be very mindful of here. We'll be destabilizing again on that Sunday there, that June 14th. So again, let's go ahead and see what we want to go to now. We have a situation here where we're watching things on the Doppler. Let me see if we have any more questions, comments from any of the viewers at home. Just appreciate everybody tuning in. Okay, we got AJ watching there from Tallahassee. Appreciate you watching there as well. As we're looking and as we're tracking things, let's look over toward Tallahassee. Let's go ahead and look over toward that area. I gotta, switch on over here now. Okay, so you don't see too much on the velocity right here. Let's get to that view better. Okay, so, right there, north side Tallahassee, not so much, but east side and south side, some heavy downpour, but not much lightning. That's more in Wakulla County. We have a few strikes there right now, but nothing severe out that way right now. We do have a warning. This is west of our area, so not our concern, but there's a warning out west. But as we look here, I will go ahead and look at the overall situation from the Jacksonville radar site now. We're going to go ahead and zoom on in here toward the Brunswick area. We're looking in toward parts of Glenn County, a bunch of lightning there. As we watch again, when thunder roars go indoors around St. Simon's Island, St. Simon's there, this very, very heavy rain. I mean, this fell for, 1 hour here. This fell for 1 hour. Let's go to the hydro products. We'll go to Dupole rain rate, and then we'll go ahead and look here. I mean, that would be 5 inches in an hour, but fell continuous at same rate for 60 minutes. Probably not happening like that generally, but these are pretty slow movers. So some areas could have a good bit of that precip here as we look at the overall situation. As we look again, all that heat, we're watching, similar heat indexes compared to one spot or the next here as we're looking at the overall situation. So that's something that, we're watching, and that this orange and this, I mean, it's a lot, different there compared to here. It's just different weather services, looking at the situation here based on different standards here and, criteria. So again, heat's, story everywhere. If you're not getting the storm acts and you want those storms, we were talking about it the other day on social media, you're, rooting for the storms if you don't want, necessarily severe weather though, but you want just, and you don't want lightning, but you want the heavy rain to just cool things down. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest. Time right now is 3:37. We're watching things for 38 counties. Right now, one county locally under a warning. That is parts of Glenn until 4 o'clock. So, again, just trying to keep you informed, trying to keep you updated. Let me go ahead and continue to look at things. And if you haven't downloaded that Cloud Weather app, go ahead and do that there. It is in the Google Play Store, and it's also in the Apple App Store. Really helpful information there weather-wise. If you're watching from our 38 counties here, you can get that latest, including just being able to watch me in the live stream directly on there. So that's helpful as we're looking in that app there, in the Apple App Store to Google Play Store. So again, I'm not sure if you can actually comment. I'm not sure if you can log into YouTube from that, but it takes you at least to the stream. So that's really helpful. But again, because I'm on right now, so I can't actually really check it while I'm on, necessarily like that. But again, you can watch it in the app, though. I know that. So again, looking here at this warning till 4 o'clock, Glenn County, all this lightning out here in north southeast Georgia, the Golden Isles here, with some storm action this afternoon for sure. So again, watching that, looking at the overall view here. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. You can see the different wind reports with Augusta. This was before we came on. Not any type of warnings around then. But Augusta 52 around Jasper and Hamilton County at 2 o'clock. Things can just be trickier this time of year for sure. As we're looking and as we're tracking things. As we give you guys that very latest information. Again, we have multiple advisories, one warning. Let's jump back over to some of these advisories here. This is Southern Flagler County. We have significant weather advisory down in here until 4 p.m. So we're watching all that lightning there when thunder roars. It's not overwhelming, but, still enough with the wind potential to get an advisory. Gusts like 45, 55. You see Southern Duval, Northern St. John's, parts of Nassau, and parts of Duval. You see parts of Brunswick here being impacted. Waycross with some lightning, not severe, but still some impacts. Perry, lightning there. A lot of folks being impacted here this afternoon. Got this really, sticking out there west of Bell, north of Cross City. As we get here over to Tallahassee, radar, you see some lightning around Crawfordville. Seems like, maybe picking up just a tad bit there with the electrical energy and toward that area of the viewing circle. As I keep looking at the information, we just got an update on the Glenn County warning. So let's jump back over to the home view. We'll jump over to Jacksonville. I want to get to the Jacksonville site. So let's go ahead and go over here. We have all that instability here. Okay, so at 3:38, a severe thunderstorm was located near Brunswick, moving south at 10 miles an hour. Brunswick, St. Simon's Island Village. Country Club Estate, Jekyll Island, Sea Island here. So near Brunswick, moving south at 10, some 60-mile-an-hour winds there. As we're looking at the overall situation, I know, definitely continuing to keep you updated. This is right near the coast. Let's put this into motion here. The last little bit. As we track here, definitely watch that motion, of the storm axis. You can kind of see here some of that electrical energy, all that lightning, those rumbles of thunder. Just be very mindful here as we're looking at the scenario, as we're trying to keep you updated here. A little bit of wind enhancement on the southern periphery, but let's see what that is. That's a little interesting, but it's right there at the coast. Maybe something, water spout trying to get going there. I'm not really sure. Still getting used to some of these velocity colors. See some wind pickup down in here toward Camden County. That could be an area to watch here coming up as we look here at the overall situation. So, again, trying to keep you guys updated here. We're just trying to keep you informed. Let me go ahead and see. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Our viewers on YouTube, 7 of them. Just appreciate you guys coming in here, watching now, 9 of you guys. Just really appreciate it. Okay, new warning for Camden. We're just talking about it there. Just talking about it. New warning here for Camden. Look at the Jacksonville Roads, that profile on here. About to see the yellow box here pop up in the word Camden. That warning goes until 4:15. There you go. So that's our new severe thunderstorm warning. And we're seeing all those flashes of lightning. That means all those within the last 60 seconds. That's a lot of thunder there. As we're looking right now around Dover Bluff area. Around Dover Bluff. But now let's check the speed on this. Let's check the whole statement all together. At 3:41, a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles east of Woodbine. I'm moving south at 10. So I know we started out with Florida now. I got to clarify this too because, we started our stream out with this Florida warnings and then it turns into Georgia warnings. I just had the hashtag in there for Florida, but we have Georgia, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things included now too. So again, I just continuing to give you the latest. In fact, let me go ahead. I'll take a quick 60-second break, gather some more information. I'm going to push this out at least on Twitter, to remind folks, the X platform, to remind folks we're now into Georgia with some of these warnings. So we're going to gather some more information. Be back here in 60 seconds with more here from the Weather Center. Stay tuned here. Stay safe as we're watching things on this Saturday. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornado, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here in the Weather Center right now. Appreciate you tuning in, trusting me. I'm still actually working on that tweet here. So this is, just a one-man band. So let me go ahead and I'll try to get this out here just so more people tune in, like on the X platform. Just going to go ahead and say watching South Georgia 2. So just a one-man band. If I had multiple people, I could do this, a different way. I'm sorry if I'm looking at my phone on air, but I just need to go ahead and let folks know to watch in South Georgia here on Twitter, the X platform. So watching South Georgia 2. So let's go ahead and repost that there. And as we look at the overall situation, just so people were aware of what's going on. Because I was hoping maybe it would just stay in Florida, but then we started getting Georgia. Just want to make sure people, know what's going on with the overall situation. I could edit Facebook, but generally the algorithm. I mean, that could come up at least on Twitter/X on Facebook. I don't think that many more new folks will probably be tuning in. But we do have the warnings in Georgia now here as we're looking, as we're tracking. You're watching me on YouTube and the like. We were watching in Florida, now we're watching Georgia. This is just whack-a-mole this time of year with the overall severe storm activity. So. Again, this warning here is moving, the axis is south at 10 miles an hour. So let me go ahead and just continue to monitor things here, south at 10 miles an hour. Do I have it on the lowest rank? I probably do. Let me double check. No, it went to default. Okay, now we have the lowest rank. So these are all the different smaller communities that are going to be impacted here over the next little bit. Some of these are pretty small. Forest View there, you have Cabin Bluff, you have Harriet's Bluff there as we get to about 4:11 p.m. Over toward Elliott's Bluff, 4:21, Sadler's Cove, 4:22, Elliott's Plantation, 4:24. You have Mallard Point, 4:24. So some smaller communities. Some of those I've honestly never heard of myself, and I've been around in this area, North Florida, South Georgia, since 2000 when I was 5 years old. So some of these, are really small as we're looking here, but that's what that is supposed to do, pick up on the smallest communities to warn folks that, but it's a potential time of arrival that, for a location close to you. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. We have, what's going on here. Again, now the focus is shifted to South Georgia. We jumped on, it was about North Florida. Now the focus is shifted into South Georgia, Southeast Georgia, as we're looking at the overall situation. As we're watching things, as we're monitoring things, you see some of that wind enhancement here as we're looking at that overall Doppler algorithm. So, again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here with that lightning. There's a lot of lightning. Look at that in Nassau County there, and that eastern Nassau area popping on up. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here around Fernandina Beach. We're seeing that when thunderstorms go indoors again. This is the strongest accent here, but we have the other warning here that's slacking off some as we're looking up toward Glenn County with that potential as we look up that way. You see Ware County, some lightning there getting up, further on up here as we look like into toward parts of Pierce County. So, again, watching things very carefully up that way. As we monitor things, you have an advisory for parts of Suwannee County here until 4:30. You have another advisory parts of Gilchrist, parts of Columbia. As we're looking at that situation there, Suwannee under that as well, with some stronger winds. Those are just, they're just under severe thunderstorm warning criteria. A lesser type of situation here in terms of the overall threat, but still potentially hazardous. Even if you're out an advisory, you can still have some different hazards here as well with that electrical energy around. When thunder roars, you want to go indoors. So let's get back up here in toward part of this area here as we look in towards southeast Georgia. As we look in towards southeast Georgia here this afternoon. Again, seeing some of this activity here, Beach View Drive and some of these spots. Some of that's more in the water, to be quite honest. That's good, But, that could be a concern for folks, out there, marine interest, but at least it's not right over land where it could knock down trees as much, but still possibility as you see Barber Road there, some wind enhancement. Again, all this lightning here when thunder roars go indoors. I mean, just tilt this map back here. You see the situation. You have 535 strikes here the last 15 minutes as we're looking, as we're watching things. So, again, just continue to monitor things here with me as we look here, as we just continue to track. It's a situation I know if you're watching here and you want to have your business's logo here really on, the screen with me when I'm doing severe coverage or just a normal 5:30 Monday through Friday shows, you can go ahead and send me an email for more information there, Casey@cloudweather.com or CaseyCloudWX@gmail.com. So something to keep in mind there, something where you can, really have the opportunity to showcase your business here, an advertising solution here for your business. As I see a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Duval and St. John, so we got to get back to business, though. As we get there, you see that lightning all popping up there. That's where we're talking now. Around Palm Valley, a lot of those flashes last 60 seconds. So now 60-mile-an-hour winds for Duval and St. John's now. As we're looking at the situation, this is till 4:30 p.m. So let's go ahead and look here at some of the information. Some of that wind potential here. Let's do something. I'm gonna change some things around here in my system. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna try a different velocity if I can. Might not let me. Okay, I'm trying some different things here. I know haven't really done these even behind the scenes. I just seem like some of these are a little bit low here today with some more colors. And I want to be able to pinpoint some things a little bit. Some of this stuff pops up so quick, it's hard to, get an idea here on where the worst of the accent is because it fades so quickly. But just going between some of the different velocity tools that we have. Some of these you don't have like the super built in because I haven't even used them before, and some of them aren't even coming up. But I'm just trying to do some different things here with our source, and again, trying to just scroll through some of this here with this because I'm just even going to check another source that I have because I want to pinpoint where some of the stronger winds are here this afternoon. So we're going to check this warning. This is for parts of Duval and St. John's. It's not even showing up that much here. West of Ponte Vedra, I'm seeing like 40. I mean, this is the environmental window, but it's not, I don't think it's quite showing 40 on this system, but let me look. It may. Yeah, if I get right in here, that might show 40 right there near San Pablo Road. I just got to get used to these colors because they're not quite as bright as what I'm used to here. Okay, it's about 40 there. So as we look at the overall situation, as we monitor things here, some of that wind potential, but the warning for potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds as we're tracking things here. Some of this, a lot of that lightning, really evolving there. Let's get down to street level. Valley Ridge Boulevard, 20-mile Nocatee Parkway, South Roscoe Boulevard. It's got to be inside, got to be away from windows here this afternoon. As we're looking at the overall situation, we got a downpour just popping up. Nothing too crazy yet, but west of Stark here around, Sampson, we're getting into that area there around the lake. Be careful. We might get a lightning strike out there pretty soon to pop up out of that. But as we go ahead and look at this warning here now, we're just trying to give you the latest. Again, we're watching things for our 38 counties here, trying to keep you guys safe and trying to keep you guys informed here. Again, we have multiple warnings. We have a warning for Camden. We have a warning for Glenn. We have a warning here for Duval and St. John's as well. So again, we always go wall to wall for tornado warning situations, with our coverage here from the Weather Center. Don't always go wall to wall with the severe thunderstorm warnings, but it's kind of being that first burst of real, we had this a couple weekends ago to an extent, but now we're really, maybe it was just a tease. Maybe it was like how we have in fall, a false fall or something. With the tease of the cooler, we had a tease of the warnings. Now we're really starting to get in the thick of it here now with these severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. So we have 3 of them on the board. More lightning, by the way, around Whitecross. We'll watch that. But this warning till 4:15 for parts of Camden, parts of that area, and also parts of Glen until 4. Let's get back down on in here. A lot of lightning for sure as we look at the overall situation. Here, just looking at some of the information, the warnings for potentially 60-mile-an-hour gust, even though we're not quite seeing that in the velocity, the overall atmospheric profile today, a little more favorable for getting some of these winds down to the surface here to cause damage. So, that's why we're getting so many of these warnings, even if we're not showing the velocity. And then couple that with me, these colors, I'm not quite used to the color being a little darker. Some of this measures accent a little bit better than the other source, and it shows it's 40, but then it looks like less than that on here. So, I don't want to be downplaying stuff. We're actually maybe, could be getting damaged. I haven't seen the report necessarily, but check power outages here. Let's go ahead and check power outages here as we look at the overall situation. We do have 1% of customers out in Glenn County now, 0.6 out in Ware County, Lafayette County 9.5% there, 0.7% in Jefferson County. With that electricity, not what you want to see. And then let's look at the satellite view, the infrared. See how this stuff kind of popped up here, the colder cloud tops ultimately over the area. You can see all that, trying to get on at the end of the loop there. I know it takes a while, but you can kind of see that here at the very end of the loop. All those colder cloud tops here in play. As we look at the situation again, let's remind you guys of what could happen with still more potential later. I mean, we haven't had it around Stark. Maybe we get it later on Stark. We're at 97 degrees right now, here around Stark on my thermometer, my Davis weather station, as I look here at everything that I can show you. Let's go to temperatures here. Let's go to temperatures. 95 Stark, but 99 Gainesville. Moving the map over a little, but you get the idea here. I'll move it back, I guess. We'll show you, do it like this then, and see Palm Coast there and the like, as we're looking 86 there, as we get out toward Flagler County and the like. A little bit cooler there. We had some of that storm action near the coast anyway, as we watch the overall scenario. And then those heat index values, you can kind of see there 104, what it feels like around Stark, 102 Tallahassee, 106 Bainbridge, there, 108 Homerville. Just that heat and humidity, really, making things feel sticky out there. Glen warning got expired, so we got an advisory for the Ware area now around Waycross. Let's get back on over here. Let's get back on over here to some of this activity. We'll get to the broad view here. We'll go to the broad view. You see what we're dealing with. There's this warning southeast Duval. Southeastern Duval County. A lot of lightning. Look at this away from the storm. That's concerning, folks, because you might just be trying to enjoy your day, and then you get caught off guard. And then we could have a tragedy on our hands here. You're under the warning, but, I mean, look at some of this lightning. That's 4 miles. I mean, that's 5 miles away from rainfall here, folks. That's really dangerous. That's really, really dangerous here. We're not used to dealing with this. People even, haven't had much of this here lately. And then you have all this rumbling of thunder, maybe in the distance, and then or even some of them closer by, but you're not getting the rain, so you're trying to brave it, brave out, the rumbles of thunder, and then one of them hits right near you, and you could have a tragedy on your hands, unfortunately. As we just, out west, there was a warning out of our area in the Tallahassee Weather Service area, but in the Panama City DMA, it just got expired. So that just came across in the system there. But again, we're looking at all of our different sources here. Again, trying to keep you up to date. As we'll take off the mileage information right now. Let me turn that off. And we have that warning there. Let me read off the information on that. We have, okay, well, that's the storm to the north. Let's go ahead and read off the one to the south. We have, 4,400 joules per kilogram of instability at 349. A severe thunderstorm is looking at over Palm Valley there, or near Ponte Vedra Beach, and is nearly stationary. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, penny-size hail. Ponte Vedra Beach, Palm Valley, Sawgrass, Nocatee, Bayard, Durbin, Guana River State Park. So again, I just continue to be very mindful here. By the way, seeing it on my end, we've got 100 now in Quincy. 100 degrees, the newest observation out of Quincy and Gadsden County. Do I have that on this? Do I have Quincy on this map? I may or may not. I can't remember if I put it on here or not. Okay, didn't put Gadsden on this map, or it would show 100 out there in our temperature map. But you get the idea. It just came up from other sources. There are 100 in Gadsden County right now, in our western part of our viewing area. Just a triple-digit heat there as we look at the overall situation. So zoom on in here to severe thunderstorm warning. You see 20-mile road. Seeing some of these impacts here. Again, we have Ponte Vedra Beach, Palm Valley, Sawgrass, Nocatee, Bayard, Durbin, Guana River State Park. Damaging winds, continuous cloud and ground lightning. That concerns there. So move indoors immediately, as lightning is one of nature's leading killers here in terms of the meteorology. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm. Could even lead to some flash flooding. So just be really careful here as we look at the overall situation. As we look there toward parts of Duval and parts of St. John's. So let's go ahead. I'll tilt this back. We're almost at the top of the hour. Let's check some of those rainfall details. The hydra, the 3-hour accumulation. And we're going to go ahead and look here. See, that's showing about 2 inches of rain. A lot of that's even less than 3 hours, maybe, very recent. As we get out there right now, in north parts of Duval and St. John's here with this severe thunderstorm warning. This goes here until, let's see, 4:30, so half an hour longer. Half an hour longer as we look at here. Look at all those lightning strikes above my head. The total, 102 there. 102 strikes there last 15 minutes within this screen. That's a lot of electrical energy. All those rumbles of thunder. It makes things pretty scary, to be quite honest. Maybe if you have storm anxiety here and something like that, you just got to be really careful, in terms of that lightning. But just try to remain calm here. As we're looking, this is not, a hurricane. This is not a tornado threat. It doesn't seem like. So that's the good news. This is your typical, summertime accident that we really haven't been getting into that much. But, meteorological summer this time of year. It's like monsoons in Arizona. It's summertime accident here in Florida, South Georgia. As we're looking at the overall weather information, here. So again, continuing to keep you updated. Let me see if we have any questions, comments from any of the viewers at home. Gonna go ahead and check on our different platforms here. We have Katie watching there on YouTube or Facebook, excuse me. Appreciate you watching there. She's actually watching from the other room. That's my mom. But as we go ahead and look here, as we look at the overall situation, trying to give you guys the very latest here on the overall meteorological pattern here as we watch the Doppler perspective. So again, you can see 4:01 p.m. is the time. We're going to go ahead and look here. You have Ware County here and in the word parts of Pierce County. You can have Cason Road, Williamson Road, Meadowwood Road there, Big House Road, Ware Street there. Definitely watching the overall situation very carefully. Look at all this lightning here in the word parts of Camden. Let's check our velocity, and I need to switch to the right radar, so let's do that. You can see here, some stronger winds there. So get on down there. Oh, this electrical energy, though. That's really impressive. East of Dover Bluff. We have this here around Palm Valley. Right there around Valley Ridge Boulevard, Phillips Highway. We have Nocatee Parkway here in this with some heavier downpours coming on into that area. As we look at the overall meteorological picture. Okay, the warning continues for Duval and St. John's now. So let me remind you guys, of where that is with the overall view. I know we're in Bradford County, east of Stark, where I do this from. But you can see that overall view. Duval, St. John's out of the east. Again, continuing to watch things over that way. Very much, wanting to stay mindful of the situation. Okay, so I'm going to come back on camera now. Going to come back on camera here. This is at a 4:01. A severe thunderstorm is located near Palm Valley near Ponte Vedra Beach. It is drifting south there. We're watching that. Ponte Vedra Beach, Palm Valley, Sawgrass, Nocatee, Bayard, Durbin, and Guana River State Park. So, again, we're watching that situation. Again, all this bumping up in the instability here, the unstable environment here meteorologically. Again, watching that very carefully here with the overall situation here, the unstable environment. There's some wind enhancement right in there. Could cause some damage. Right in there, just north of Phillips Highway. Let's see, that must be pretty rural out there. Let me try to put something on here so you can see the map, and yeah, it is. All this drought, by the way. Need the rain. Kind of on the edges there, by the way, which is interesting. Let me go ahead and check something on my other source real quick. Just checking to see how things are layered up there. That wind definitely hanging behind there as we're looking at the overall situation. I just have been using this system for a couple weeks here on air, so I want to double check stuff to make sure I'm not missing anything. Stuff I've used for years behind the scenes. Just don't want to miss something and just have, some type of really bad weather event evolve on us here in terms of like, somehow we get like a quick spin up tornado. They're unlikely, but they can. We do normally get a quick, tornado 1 or 2. June, July, we'll have one random little spin. I just want to make sure I'm looking at stuff right here, because I'm still getting used to these color tables, and I have to look at my other system, like software on my phone to figure out, just double check, make sure, because it's a one-man band. I don't want somebody telling me, oh, it's actually looking a little bit different on another source. I have to do that myself here, live on the air here on the fly with you guys to try to inform and protect you, your friends, and your family. So, again, let's just go ahead here. Let's go ahead and see what we're looking at. See the advisories for the heat out west until 6 o'clock. That potential there. Significant advisory Hamilton to 4:30, Swanee to 4:30, flood advisory Lafayette. As we're looking out there, Gilchrist area, the special weather statement. That vicinity, and we have the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. There's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's why we're sticking with you here this afternoon to give you guys that very latest information. Again, all that lightning there. All that lightning as we get there around Dover Bluff, north of Cabin Bluff there. And you have that look here at the Doppler perspective again. Let's look at this. Is going to be a different way to do it. This is going to underdo it probably some, but yeah, that's underdoing it. But we definitely, need the rain here. They got it 7 days. I mean, in some of our areas, not right where that warning is, but as we look out towards some of these areas, look at that. Last 7 days, only a trace, and then you get just a little bit over toward the east here. I mean, this is just crazy how stuff will happen this time of year. 3 inches this east and a trace further west here. As we look at the overall situation here meteorologically. So a lot of lightning there, a lot of electrical energy this afternoon. As we're looking at things in towards southeastern Georgia, as we're looking at the overall picture again. I mean, look at that, 255 in the last 15 minutes here. This is dangerous stuff, folks. With that electrical energy, I see advisories, new updates coming on out. There now is a marginal risk, by the way, out. I don't think we had that here for today, but now they've gone ahead and, it's been going on here, that risk, for a little bit in terms of that potential that we've been tracking, but it's just how it is this time of year around here. It's not, it's just, things will just happen here toward our area, in terms of that potential kind of coming into play here, things in terms of that overall meteorological storyline. Because let me look back at the 1630 here. I mean, it was kind of trying to clip our 4 northeastern counties, but that 20, let me go ahead and put the update on here. Because now that actually goes all the way through here, Duval, with that formal risk. So that's that new marginal risk now just coming out from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, getting down all the way through here. Not a tornado risk, but a wind risk. Not really a hail risk either, but wind risk, tornado risk there. So something to watch, something to track as we give you guys that very latest information. So you just, as we do this live here, it's good too. I mean, this is not a high leverage situation. We have like a squall line moving through. So even though this is something where we're always on, Roy, when we have stuff like this, a lot of times we'll be off camera when we have severe thunderstorm warnings popping up like this time of year. But want to make sure have everything together here, because I see even a few things when I'm on now that can adjust here for the next time we do this with the new system in terms of everything. This is still something we would cover, but maybe not quite. I wouldn't generally always be in front of the camera like this, because we have this almost every day here with this pop-up action. We may do this, obviously, with this type of equipment more in front of the camera, maybe not every single day with every single one of these in front of the camera, because we could have this, on and off for 2 months here like this. This is how it goes in this part of the country this time of year. But when we have the squall lines, like in the fall with El Nino setting up, we have, I have this experience of the system, so I can do different things, make sure I'm not missing stuff here when it's, maybe a life and death situation, in terms of a tornado scenario. Today it still could be with lightning, for sure, but it's, this is just something when you hear thunder rumble, you got to get inside, you just got to be very vigilant about that. So again, looking at my information up top here to see if there's any new updates. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning here on the board till 4:15 for parts of Camden County. You see around Selbine there, Cabin Bluff. We're watching the situation carefully there. Let's put the road profile on. You see some of these different areas. Union Carbide Road, one of those different spots being impacted. We got our warning down south here for parts of Duval and parts of St. John's. Nocatee Parkway, Valley Ridge Boulevard, Phillips Highway, Roscoe Boulevard, getting even heavier though right now. You have Michler Road and Palm Valley Road there. A1A North Sunday has Palm Valley. These are some very high rainfall rates for sure as we look in that area. In fact, I'll switch over to that product here. I'll switch over to that product as we look, as we track. I went to 3 hour for a second, but let's go to rates. Let's go to those rainfall rates here. That's 8 inches if it fell for that same rate for an hour. Luckily, it's not going to do that, but still moving pretty slow. So some of the areas are going to get multiple inches of rain this afternoon, while other areas don't get the rain. We had a 70% chance of rain today. We've had that in that forecast for a while, trying to warn you about this potential. It's been a pretty busy day. Not enough to turn that logo red. It's in, something that's just completely atypical around here. This is how it, kind of switch over into a pattern like this. When you have, all that heat and humidity build up, and then we, get the storm accent to bubble up. So again, just continuing to look here at the very latest. Just continuing to look. I know sometimes I hit the wrong button because I'm used to not, when I do this, I'm looking at some other radars here, but when I'm doing this, I'm used to, if I hit something, I want to make sure I have on the right thing. And then when I do that twice here, it like kicks it off the screen, unfortunately. But as we go ahead and just continue to give you guys the very latest here, you can kind of see the lightning, all that electrical energy, some marine warnings out there. Oh, wow, okay, mothball size hail. That's just a weird description. Not that it was that bad, but that's an unusual description. The mothball size hail occurred at 2:50 p.m. 4 miles north of Glen Haven there, indoor parts of Glenn County. So that's half inch in size. It's not that big, but mothball size hail was reported there a little over an hour ago in Glenn County there in southeast Georgia. Then now Alachua County, a strong thunderstorm to 445. So let's go ahead and check down here. We're getting an advisory. Okay, so let's look down here. This is not a warning yet, but right around Archer there, this is starting to bubble up here meteorologically. Southwest Archer Road. Let's get right down in here. You see Southwest 202nd Street there. Some heavy rain getting off indward parts of, these other areas like Levy as well there, but rolling into Alachua County. Look at how, heavy this is right there around Southwest 135th Lane, Southwest 135th Avenue. No lightning, in that one little frame. As I get out, it's about 7 strikes, something like that. But still something that's bubbling up down there. As we get back to the north, you see all that lightning here in southeast Georgia, Selbine, High Point. I'm just continuing to give you guys the very latest. Okay, they're expiring a warning for Camden now at 4:15 there, the weather service in Jacksonville. But there's a lot of lightning here right east of 95. Definitely very impactful. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me this afternoon. I see we have LaJean watching on Facebook there. Appreciate you tuning in here this afternoon as we're watching things here. Just appreciate everybody watching here on this Saturday. Thomas, Top Cat, Alicia there. As we're looking, Katie there and LaJean. Just appreciate everybody tuning in. LaJean, Katie, Alicia there, Top Cat, and of course, Thomas. So again, just trying to give you guys that very latest here with the overall situation here meteorologically. We're just trying to update you guys here the best we can. See heat advisory to the north, but we've had the heat around here too. I know we're at 96 now east of Stark. Getting some stuff to bubble up on the Doppler here. Getting some stuff to bubble up on the Doppler here in north parts of Bradford County, northern Alachua County. Some heavier downpours right near the flea market area. I know it's probably setting on down for today there, but probably already set down with all this heat especially. But right there near Waldo Road or Earl Street, I guess I should say that like that. You kind of get the idea here. You kind of see here southeast of Lake Alto Estates, northeast 132nd Avenue. In the word Clay County, we're watching some heavy downpours there, State Road 21. That area there, I know I've been talking for a while, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here this afternoon. It's just a one-man band, but it's all about trying to give you guys the very latest. Again, let's remind you guys of the covered area that we're covering for you, giving you guys that very latest information. So we're good. We have the one warning remaining there for parts of Duval and St. John's. We're going to come back in 60 seconds and then they'll update. Oh, take that back. Okay, they're going to cancel Duval and St. John's. So, I need to figure out what we want to do then. They're going to cancel that. So we're not going to have any warnings here. I still think I might leave the radar up, to be quite honest, but let me just look at this here. They're going to drop. This yellow box has been canceled, so it's going to drop off the screen then because they have canceled that there. The Weather Service in Jacksonville early because of the overall meteorology here, the environmental parameters here. Maybe they were favorable, but in the localized area, we're not seeing that wind, and that potential come down to the surface as much. So that, that yellow box should go away here momentarily as we look toward that area. Sometimes they stay on the screen a little longer here, but since they actually canceled it, it might jump off still early. We still have more stuff that may get a warning. I mean, lightning really starting to fire up near Archer now. Some of these in the last 60 seconds, as we look down here. Not severe yet, but I mean, you see multiple flashing. Some of these, by the time I circle them, they're going to stop flashing, but, when I start circling them. But there's one. These are all in the last 60 seconds when I'm trying to circle them here. The flashing of the lightning. So, around Archer there, toward Archer of Alachua County. So, again, just trying to let you guys know the storyline. A lot of lightning around this afternoon. It's 4:16 p.m. Our yellow box just went away, by the way. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. That's good to see. As we give you guys that very latest, I kind of want to tilt this up so we're not getting all the lightning from out of our area, but then, we kind of lose some of the area here when I do that. In terms of, like Marion, we don't have on the screen, but you kind of get the idea. We are watching the situation carefully. We have some excessive rainfall. It looks like for day 3, by the way, for the Prediction Center sending out. There's more rain on the way here. Probably have some more warnings today. Not a guarantee, but what I think we'll do here, it's 4:17. I want to leave the stream going, so we'll do that. But it's a situation here where, if we don't get any more warnings, there's something that pops too crazy. Maybe I don't jump back in. But I very well, would kind of expect me to have to come back on here. So this is, afternoon type stuff. So I'll just leave it kind of looping around like this. Let me turn that sweep off here. I may want to put let's see. So I think I'm going to switch it over to the other radar here. Give me a second. I'm going to switch over to the Vedosta radar so we'll kind of leave it like this. Haven't done it like this since we've had this system, so just kind of leaving it going like this. So just kind of figuring out what I want to do since they did drop that warning off. I've been talking for a while anyway, so don't want to just completely overdo things here. We've been on for the warning action as we needed to be, but now that we don't have any more local warnings, I mean, don't know if we need to keep talking. Even though this stuff could refire, I'm seeing that's an indicator north of our area, north of Waycross. We're getting some enhancement there. Ramershon, that's north of our area, but no local warnings now. But we'll just leave this running. If I need to pop back in, I will. I very well may have to, but it's not a guarantee. So we're just going to continue to watch things, continue to track things here. I just appreciate everybody watching here today. Thomas and Top Cat and AJ and Katie and Legine there. Just really appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me here. Watching on the various platforms. Just really appreciate you guys watching here and, tracking here the weather situation with me. If we need to jump back in, I will. We'll leave things running. Remember that these brownish type boxes here are significant weather advisories just below severe limits. You have one popping up in parts of southwestern Alachua even. As we're looking down there, you see some stuff, Nassau. We may get more warnings, probably will. Seeing quite a bit of lightning, and we're calling out an advisory there, the orange, the heat advisory. We'll just leave this running. If I need to pop back in with more, imminent coverage with a warning, I will. But we're going to wrap it for now, but we're going to leave this going. So keep the stream up because I'll jump back in on this stream as the conditions do warrant here in the moments and maybe even hours to come. So just stay safe out there. Stay cool if you're still seeing temperatures like where I'm at. East is dark at 97. Probably get some rain later on. You'll be able to see some of that over here. You guys have the Cloud Weather app. Make sure you download that there. KC Cloud, WX on Facebook's one of my pages here you can follow. Cloud weather's another, similar content, overall some automated alerts on cloud weather, even when I'm on. And then you have Twitter/X there at Cloud Casey. You have some automated alerts, clouds, WX updates on the X platform as well. Then you have YouTube, where many of you are watching. I really appreciate you tuning in there at Cloud Weather. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that like button here. You'll see that more here whenever you like things on the different platforms. I just really appreciate everybody tuning in. We're on Twitch there too, Cloud Weather. CloudWeather.com has the interactive radar available. Some links to some of that, coverage if you want to watch on a different platform. But the radar is available there, interactive radar, besides what I'm going to leave up here on this stream and in the app. You can watch this in the app still going. But if you're not going to, maybe you want to look at it like this, you want to zoom in right to your neighborhood, you can do that with the interactive radar, CloudWeather.com there, /radar will give you that. So all the different tools here at your disposal here meteorologically. Again, I'll pop back in as conditions warrant. But for now, stay safe when thunder roars. Go indoors. Stay cool with the heat if you're not cooling down. I'll leave this up. I might throw temperatures up once in a while. We'll kind of see how it goes. But I'm going to leave this up for now. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here across our covered area. Just stay safe out there, and I'll pop back in here as conditions warrant. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now, giving you guys the very latest information. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now until 5:15 for portions of Duval County here. You see quite a bit of lightning right in toward parts of Jacksonville here, the west side, north side there, getting in towards some of this activity with some wind damage potential. So giving you guys that latest. We've had that radar stream going here the last little bit after we had that low in warnings, but now getting the warning activity getting going once again. So let me go ahead and read off the information here from the Weather Service. I even see an hail indicator on my other source, by the way, so that's something to watch for. Are they saying hail here with this? They weren't actually saying that, more than that. It'd be 3/4 of an inch in diameter, so that's not what triggered the warning. The wind damage potential is. But at 4:43, a severe thunderstorm is located near Cisco Gardens, or 10 miles west of Jacksonville, and is nearly stationary. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, penny size hail. Jacksonville, Cecil Field, Cisco Gardens, Normandy, Baldwin, Jacksonville Heights, and the White House Airfield. So we're seeing this develop here in about 4,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Duval County here until 5:15, right in toward the metro area. I know it's that summertime pattern. We're going to start getting into this here in many days. So this isn't something that's going to be atypical, but it is atypical for what we've seen. We really hadn't got into this until today. And we've been with you here. We were on for over an hour straight earlier from about 3 o'clock until past 4. And now we're back with you for this severe thunderstorm warning situation until 5:15 for parts of Duval County. So let's zoom down here really tight as we look at the situation. You can see Brightsville. You see some of these different areas. Marietta. Getting over toward Beaver Street there, the White House community, Chafee Road, some heavy rain, some gusty winds, some lightning. Quite a bit of that here, that frequent lightning here, that electrical energy, definitely a storyline as we're giving you guys that very latest here. Let's put on velocity. Seeing some winds here right now. These, aren't right together, but, they add almost to 60 miles an hour as we're looking at things, as we're monitoring them here with the severe thunderstorm warning. We're, right near I-10 with some of this activity. So I know I pulled up our traffic system as I was getting ready. When I say the traffic system, I mean the Florida 511 cameras here as we look, as we track. So let me go ahead and let me get on over here. It's on our other source. So doing this a little differently, how we have everything oriented here in the Weather Center with the overall tools at our disposal. But let me go ahead and see what I can kind of pull on up here. We'll pull up I-10 mile marker. It looks like 353, getting a torrential downpour here right now. So let's go ahead and pull that on in here. We're going to pull that in behind me here, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about in this Florida 511 perspective. It's really slow go. It's a Saturday. People want to enjoy that weekend, and unfortunately, disruptive weather, even, when it's not severe a problem. That's why we left the radar running, because, it can still be impactful even if we don't have a warning in play. We now have another warning. We've had a pretty decent number of them here this afternoon. That's the only one we have right now for our area, but it's until 5:15 for parts of Jacksonville. Remember, if you're not from around here, all of Duval County is technically considered Jacksonville here. That happened decades ago in terms of the overall storyline with government consolidation. So this little history lesson there, all of Duval County is technically Jacksonville here. Not like that most places. When I was a kid, I thought that's how every place was. All the big counties, the whole county was, city. Like I thought, I was thinking maybe when I was like 5 years old, all the Alachua County is Gainesville, but that's not how it is, obviously. But in Jacksonville, all Duval County is technically Jacksonville here with the way the government works. Even you have different neighborhoods within it here. Just for anybody watching from afar, if you're watching our coverage, or, even if you're in our area, maybe you're not aware of that. Maybe you're new to the area, something like that here. As we're watching things, we also have, it looks like now a flood advisory. Let me see what we have here with this. So let me zoom on out. And, it's different updates on in here. So let me go ahead and see what we have. Let me go ahead and look. I know we got the marginal risk added here a little while ago. We already had, warnings earlier on. This is how things come together. Yeah, 4:51, we had a flood advisory issued for portions of Duval until 6:45. Between 1 and 1.5 inches of rain has fallen, with an estimated amount of 1 to 1.5 inches expected over this area. Talking about Jacksonville, Cisco Gardens, White House Airfield. Now, this isn't right over downtown, but you can tell based on this camera view that things are being disrupted here. Things are being impacted here this Saturday afternoon, heading to the evening. We're reducing that visibility on the roadway here which is potentially problematic. I know it's summertime. This happens almost every day as we started to get into it. But we really haven't had a lot of this, and now today on this Saturday, we're getting it. We had all that heat built up. We're still at 97 here east of Stark. We haven't had any rain. Getting very toasty out there. Those heat indexes into triple digits, very dangerous. But then you get the storm acts and the heat humidity, and then you get the storms to bubble up here. The wind direction, really playing that role here to some degree, just kind of allowing for things to become more favorable, getting all that tropical air in here. As we're watching the overall meteorological storyline, it's just something to be very mindful of, obviously. As we're looking at the story, I know Gainesville at 99, by the way, 99 degrees there in the ward of Alachua County. It is toasty in spots that haven't had the rain. That's at the airport. Parts of Gainesville actually getting into some rain here. As we're watching the overall situation. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. There's tons of lightning there. We'll continue to keep an eye on some of these different cameras, but that's kind of the storyline with this one here. This Florida 5-1 perspective, I-10 at mile marker at 353.5 there eastbound. So, that's the storyline there. I'm going to close that out on another source so I can make sure we're freeing up all our available resources here. Don't want to overload our computer system or streaming source, but again, just trying to give you guys the latest. Let me see if there's any questions or comments here, as we're back with you once again. I don't see anything right now, but again, we're with you with this new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Duval, parts of Jacksonville here, as we're all watching things until about 5:15. So, again, looking here, looking at the mapping. You see some of these winds there in parts of Duval. Right there around the Otis area, Beaver Street there, Brightsville, White House. Again, just trying to keep you guys updated. We have a bunch of other areas of lightning. Those clusters here. Definitely watching that. Look at all that lightning there in western Nassau. Thunder roars going towards right around the Kent community in western Nassau County. You see east of St. George. As we're looking up there, as we're watching things, as we're giving you guys that very latest information. I know our log over here is there's just so many different alerts. Again, I'm just going to remind you guys of our coverage right here. I need to step out of this shot here real quick and just remind you guys of what we're covering. I need to make sure I'm getting all my alerts over here. I have a mic on now. Used to, my voice would trail off, but it shouldn't really be trailing off anymore. When I walk across this, room here like this, walk out of this side on the screen and then across the room, I just need to clear our log out so I see the newest alerts. We've had so many of them come out here this afternoon. So, again, a lot going on here meteorologically in terms of the atmospheric parameters coming together, all that destabilization. As we give you guys the latest for our 38 counties, that commitment to you guys, the viewers out here in our area. I know temperature-wise, I'm going to pull that map up and see that 99 now around Gainesville. 99. This is the air temperature. This isn't just the heat index. Honestly, if it was even a more moist type of setup, we'd have had maybe an excessive heat warning even, as we're looking. New advisory, by the way, Clinton, Charlton, and Georgia. But, the one warning's for Duval. But you see a little cooler at airport there, but not in Jacksonville, but not as cool as, it could be here, like Brunswick. Roy cooled down after that storm accident there earlier on, 79 in Glenn County. Let's go ahead and pull up power outages here and give you an idea of what's going on. You see some outages, especially out toward like Suwannee County, Lafayette, almost 8%. It's not a huge number. It was like 400 when I looked earlier on at that type of percentage, but see a handful of outages, Jefferson, Thomas, Dixie, Alachua, Ware, Pierce County, a decent number out. Glenn, a 1% out. And Camden, Nassau, that's probably a decent number out in Glenn. Yeah, it's a pretty highly populated area, 1%, as I'm looking here and tracking things on our maps. Trying to give you guys that very latest. We're going to do some more investigating here. We'll get back to that warning in a moment, but let me go ahead and we'll get to currents and we'll get to our power outage total. So let's go ahead and do it like this now. We see some in Duval showing up too. 400 customers out in Duval. I know these might be kind of close. Okay, it worked pretty good. 100 out in Nassau, 500 out in Glenn County, about 300 out in Ware County there, Suwannee County about 100, Lafayette about 300, and 200 out in Alachua County. So we do have some power outages starting to show up here on the map here. The power.us information now integrated into the graphic source through Barron Links, as I'm seeing a new advisory now for Baker and Columbia. So some stronger acts in there. You can see some of that lightning showing up. If you see where my cursor is, right there in the I-10, some more activity just, bouncing around here. It's like whack-a-mole here this afternoon with this activity for sure, as we give you guys the very latest information. So again, let's get back on in here to the Doppler, and we'll get back on in here to parts of Duval. Look at all that lightning here just in this frame. I mean, we have 249, 235 strikes here. And, as that number kind of fluctuates some, a little over 200 strikes there of lightning in toward parts of Duval County here last 15 minutes. So a lot of electrical activity here, folks. A lot about electrical activity for sure, as we give you guys that very latest information. You can generally see that number in the frame above my head. Now, if I have it tilted, it's going to show areas way north and count that. So might overdo it some. But right now I have it, just straight on. And this is a lot of lightning. When thunder roars, please go indoors. These are some highly populated areas. Old Plank Road, Chafee Road. You have Beaver Street there. You have Crystal Springs Road, Lenox Avenue, Normandy Boulevard, Blair Road, 103rd Street. Ricker Road. Again, seeing some of that impact there for sure in toward parts of Duval County here this afternoon. It's, more than just your typical, the old saying is the Duval downpour. Just a little bit more than that with some severe wind potential to 60 miles an hour here in toward portions of Duval County right now. And I keep looking at my monitors. It's the one-man band, so I got to monitor everything here. But it's all about protecting you. It's all about protecting your friends, informing you, your friends and your family here. With this severe thunderstorm situation, again, for parts of Duval County. Again, this is for another 13 minutes on the 13th here of June, 2026. I know, as we look here at our information, I know tomorrow is Flag Day. Next Friday coming up is Juneteenth there with the calendar. So just, a few different things going on as we're tracking Father's Day, coming up next weekend, next Sunday. So, as we're looking here at everything, just trying to let you guys know what's going on. So, trying to update you guys here with the map. You see all this lightning here toward parts of Nassau County. You have parts of Nassau County here, west of Callahan. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here with all that electrical energy. Let's get back into Duval County. And flood advisory. Let's check some of those rainfall numbers in. Since we have that flood advisory, let's go to the hydrology, the hydro, the single site, the 3 hour. And then we'll go ahead and say that some areas have picked up over 2 inches. Some of these are pretty urban areas in terms of the pavement here. All that being around, meaning it's going to be having, trouble that rain is, in terms of it draining downward. It's going to have trouble draining, and that could cause some flood issues here. So we're looking toward Wandering Trail and Cisco Drive here as we give you guys the latest updates. And we'll go ahead and look here to severe thunderstorm warning again in play for another 12 minutes as we give you guys the frequent updates here. We're going to go ahead. I may want to actually pull more camera because this is, where we have a bunch of these traffic cameras here. Florida 5-1 perspectives. Marietta there, Normandy. You see some of these different areas here with some different impacts. Let's see where the wind is the most. Let's pull up a couple different modes of this. It looks like right around I-10, maybe the south. But let me go ahead. I'll see if we can get our Florida 5-1 perspective here. Back up again. It takes just a little bit of moving some stuff around here because I have to look at a different monitor. But I want to try to pull this up. I think this could be helpful to give you that visual outside. So let me go ahead and get some of these Florida 5-1 cameras up here. We're going to go to I-10 east of Hammond Boulevard there. Be able to see the slick conditions, the wet road, the wet pavement there. Put that up behind me here on the source. Again, you can kind of see how slick things are out there. Your folks with their lights on as they need to have them on here in these type of conditions here. You see the water coming up a little bit on the roadway there in toward parts of Duval County right now, into parts of Jacksonville, the metro area. Seeing some of those impacts here. The continuation of the warning here until 5:15. It just came out from the Weather Service. Let me go ahead and click on my information here and read that off to you guys. I'm going to read that off to you. At 5:03, a severe thunderstorm was located near Cisco Gardens, or 10 miles west of Jacksonville, moving south 5 to 10 miles an hour. Jacksonville, Cecil Field, Cisco Gardens, Normandy, Baldwin, Jacksonville Heights, and the White House airfield area. So continuous cloud to ground lightning occurring here with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. So, if you hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. So very important to keep in mind as we're watching the overall situation here. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Duval County here until 5:15. I see in Columbia. That storm's having some upscale growth there, by the way. That one there, as we look, as we track things, it is northeast of Lake City. Some upscale growth there for sure. So that's something we'll be watching. But the one warning we have right now is for parts of Duval County here, parts of Jacksonville. So just going to continue to monitor things here very carefully toward the Weather Center. Let me see if I can effort some more of these traffic cameras here, more of these Florida 511 perspectives. We're just trying to give you guys the very latest here, trying to keep you guys up to date, seeing some flashes of lightning out there for sure as we're looking here on the camera perspective this afternoon. I know, just really trying to give you guys the very latest. Pretty far away from this monitor where I'm controlling the traffic source here in this new setup here in the Weather Center, but just trying to update you guys on what's happening. Just trying to give you some of these different visuals here. The camera's not working right now. Let's pull up one here that seems to be working. Definitely going to show you some of these wetter conditions out there. The lightning, you see all these flashes on a map, but I saw one on the camera. I know this technology really telling that story, as we're looking at things, as we're watching things, because it's a situation here where, like, the other day I heard rumbles of thunder and within the 60 seconds started flashing some lightning on my map here close to where I was. Here we're at east of Stark and Bradford County, but this is in Duval County. We have this warning. There's more lightning, by the way, and/or Jacksonville, kind of telling that story, that electrical energy here when thunder roars go indoors. In fact, I have a lightning safety graphic. We'll go ahead and pull in here to remind everybody, what to do in these type of adverse conditions. So, you're on the road right now. It's, these folks, it's not, you're kind of caught out in it, but if you can get inside, that's what you want to do here in these type of situations. When thunder roars, you want to go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from apparent thunderstorms. So when thunder roars, you need to go indoors here, as this warning does continue till 5:15. Just so important when we have this electrical accident around. It strikes the tallest object. Sometimes, generally, it could be a tree, but, if you're out in an open area, it could be you, and you could be in real danger here with this electrical energy around. As we're watching things here with the overall storyline. So looking at everything here in the toolkit meteorologically, I'm just going to go ahead and continue here to watch things. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close my camera out over here on this other source for now. And we're going to continue to watch things here as conditions warrant, in terms of the different impacts here, obviously. But this applies to everybody, not just in Duval, but anywhere. If you're in thunder, need to be inside, need to be away from windows here in this type of situation. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitch here. Looks like we have 5 viewers on YouTube right now. We have 1 on Facebook, 1 on Twitch. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here. Trust in me this afternoon to give you guys the latest as we move into the evening hours. Just kind of advisory now for Eccles and Clinton County. So let's get back to the radar. We're going to get back over to that radar view here as we look and as we track. So again, let's just go ahead and continue to watch things. You can see the lightning right near 295 and I-10 there. Toward Jacksonville. Let's get back over to the common reflectivity view. Just some torrential downpour. Look at all that lightning in Nassau. That's pretty intense up there. You see some stuff towards like Clinton County there and Eccles County there. And just some more acts in southeast Georgia's away. And Baker and Columbia. Heat advisor out west. Look at Tallahassee here. We got this storm here that's getting strong. We were talking about stuff in what color earlier, and it seems like we're getting more and more lightning out of this. There's 206 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes there out that way. This is west of Crawfordville, because let me zoom in here. See, there's Crawfordville. And then out west there, in the far western periphery of our area. Remember, we don't cover Liberty or Franklin anymore, but we cover Wakulla, we cover Leon, we cover Gadsden here, as we give you guys the very latest on the situation. It's just really important here. You have the heat advisory out west and in our area too. But again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest on things here. We'll go ahead and go back to the Jacksonville view here on the radar. On the Jacksonville radar, we have this warning here for parts of Duval. You know, all these lightning strikes, all this electrical energy. You know, just going things here at flood risk. We have some high values showing up right now there around Jones Road, Old Plank Road. May get a flash flood warning if we keep getting to sit over the same area, Lenox Avenue. The Barron button showing some hail potential there. So definitely need to be mindful. Definitely seeing some hail potential in here. You know, at least small hail possible there west of Normandy. As we're looking here, let's go to correlation coefficient. See if we have anything that kind of correlate with this. There's your hail. There's maybe something in there. You know, so close to the radar there, but this is up at the airport. I mean, sometimes that can kind of help you. I'm still getting used to this color table too on here, because new system, you know, really advanced technology, but still, you know, on my old system, I was able to kind of pick out some things, you know, just after seeing them for so long, you know, different signals, and just got to get used to some of these different color tables, not necessarily on reflectivity. That's really, you know, similar to what I've had before, but, you know, on other tools that we have here. Just got to get used to looking at the different mapping and the like. So, again, just trying to give you guys that very latest here. It is 5:12 p.m. on this Saturday. Again, you want to be outside and enjoy into things here. I mean, you know, we're at 94 east to start now cooling off some, but some spots, you know, cool because of the storms. You can't be outside if there's storms around with that lightning around. You just can't take that chance. I know it's going to be a little cooler tomorrow. We're going to have storms around again. Let's see that 7-day. I know we had the accident here on a Saturday getting so warm, but then as we look ahead into toward that timeline, you can kind of see here what we're doing with those rain chances here. Continuing as we get into toward next week, and you can see here as we get toward Thursday, Friday, a little bit less, but we're going to be watching the moisture here. We're going to have that potential around as we look at the overall situation. So again, continuing to update you guys. I'm going to do something on the fly here. Give me a second. I'm going to try something. I haven't updated necessarily my other graphics here, but I'm going to try to manipulate something here with our Euro rainfall forecast, because you know, I haven't had a chance to look at it myself, so I'm going to go ahead and make sure we have everything right here with the settings before I say this to you. I'm going to go ahead and look at things here. Just bear with me, because it's something I generally have to set up ahead of time, but looks like I have it set good, actually. So we'll go ahead and, because that goes through next Friday in that, so I'm going to see that rainfall forecasting. And we're watching things for our covered areas, all about giving you guys the latest, but let's see that Euro rainfall forecast. This is for, you know, that period here. Today's Saturday. So, you know, if you count today, that's next 7 days. And this gets through next Friday there with all the rainfall that we're expecting across the area on a widespread scale. Of course, today we're getting this in the localized areas, but some localized areas will have a lot more through next Friday, you know, maybe 6 inches. But, you know, some areas could even have less than these total. But this is kind of that broad brush here. So quite a bit of rain really is on the way as we're looking here and as we're watching things. Perry, 3 inches. Madison, about 3 inches. Some of this could be pretty widespread as we're looking, you know, in that Tuesday-ish time range. I have to look through everything a little bit more because I've been focused more on the severe. It is Saturday, so we're not in our normal show prep mode here, getting ready with all the forecast information, you know, just looking at what's going on hyper-local now. But you can kind of see here just the storyline. This is quite a bit of rain here that we're talking about as we're looking here through next Friday, you know, the 19th through that Juneteenth there. You can see 2 inches Jacksonville, 2.7 St. Mary's, 2.1 Folkestone. As we're watching things, 2.2 Cross City. So again, we're watching things, we're tracking things. Let's see, they're dropping that severe thunderstorm warning now for Duval County. So that is some good news here. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. You see another graphic that I like to show. Now, some of these will be cool in the hyper-local, you know, areas here, but let me go ahead and Make sure we don't have this into play mode here, and then we'll put the road temps on. And these are just some excessive type of numbers here. I mean, look at that around Stark, the road temperature, 138 degrees, just the pavement's so warm because of the overall, the daytime heating. And, it's similar to what the playground here would be like too, and some of those different things. And, obviously on the pavement, you don't want your dog to burn your feet up, yourself, your kids to burn your feet up. This is just extremely dangerous in terms of what, the heating can be. You can say it's like in winter weather up north when it's at 32 degrees or below. You have that ice potential. I'm not going to have ice here, that's for sure. I mean, I guess, the old TV station thought process over the years was like, can you fry an egg outside? Well, I mean, out there in terms of like using a road or a car top for a frying pan. And well, I don't know, but today, but it's just, these are type temperatures that could get you there, I guess, as we're looking, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. So again, let's go ahead and we'll switch back over to analysis mode right now. But as we look at the very latest information, again, they're dropping that warning now. That's 5:16, so they dropped the warning now. Weather Service in Jacksonville has for parts of Duval County. There. You can see we have a bunch of lightning still. We have the flood advisory still till 6:45. So remember, if you get in an area where it's poor drainage, remember, turn around, don't drown. You don't want to get in an area here where you can't see, how deep the water is. You don't want to keep going. You don't want to advance forward. You want to turn around to not get caught up in that adverse circumstance. So again, just giving you guys the latest. You see up in toward Nassau County there. You can kind of see as we look up there, quite a bit of lightning south of Hilliard. I'm sure you're hearing those rumbles of thunder in Hilliard there. As we're looking, you see some more stuff there in towards southern Lowndes County. Some lightning, a lot of stuff in toward parts of Wakulla County. Let's get back down here. You see a lot of lightning there. As we look, you saw areas there. You see Sop Choppy, and you have Sanborn and areas to the north. Smith Creek, a lot of lightning around there. No warning yet, but let's check our velocity. There's somewhat enhancement in here. 40. I mean, that's sort of pretty strong. We may get a warning down in here. Now, what direction is this moving? Let me look at our special weather statements. So we'll go ahead and move this away. Let me go ahead and look at our special weather statement. Okay, 50 to 55 gusts west at 5 miles an hour. So this is going to be moving out of our area because Liberty, we don't cover Liberty and Franklin anymore. It's about, enhancing our covered area at 38, but we do cover Wakulla. So, we cover this area in here. You might not see that very good to the light. I'll take off some of our strikes here. We cover that area. I guess I should put a check mark, but we don't, cover this area anymore out here. We don't cover down in here anymore. But again, we do, I guess I could have, like I said, I put a check mark. We do cover here. We don't have any warnings, so we can kind of play around a little bit with this. But you get the idea. Again, we still got to be careful with those rumbles of thunder as we're looking, as we're tracking things. Trying to give you the latest, and that radar's really making stuff over east look bad. But still got to be careful with all this lighting, with all this electrical energy. So put that back on here. You can see some lightning popping up here in Bradford County now around Sampson, so around the lake. Don't want to be out there now with that electrical energy popping on up. That lightning, that can be dangerous. That can be deadly. When thunder roars, you want to go indoors here. As we're looking at the overall situation, as we're watching things, as we're tracking things here, we're just going to go ahead and continue to give you guys the very latest here. You can see special weather statement parts of Duval to 6, but no longer a warning. You see a lot of lightning, quite a bit of wind in there. Eastern Charlton, Nassau, parts of Duval. You can see, again, the lightning popping up here in Bradford County. So let me put this into motion the last half hour. You can see that bubbling up here in the recent scans. The last couple frames. This is kind of drifting off toward the east here. As we're looking at things, as we're monitoring things here around 3:01. So. And you see Gainesville, that really broke up that we were watching around Archer earlier in the last hour when we were wrapping it up. We thought maybe that would get close to needing a warning. Fell off. But this here is starting to pick up the slack here in toward parts of Bradford County. Now you can see some of the electrical energy there right around. Let's get on in here. You see right here around Southwest 113th Avenue. And let's just kind of look at this here. It looks like it's kind of drifting east here, so let me go a little further on this. I want to try to put a track on here, but I'm kind of leery of trying to do it without an actual mileage. You can do this like when you're off camera and measure stuff around, but I'm kind of leery of putting a track on here. We'll just kind of, the way it looks like it's moving to me right now, I hate to put speed on here and they not, be accurate. Because we don't have an actual speed from the weather service. I mean, again, I can do that here off camera generally and use mileage tool, but it kind of looks like it's moving like this. Maybe a little bit of a southerly drift even. That's kind of how it looks like it's moving here this afternoon. Okay, so special weather statement part to Baker, Nassau, Clay, Duval, Charlton, 6:15, 50-mile-an-hour gust. Seeing quite a bit of flashing here, meaning new light in the last 60 seconds here, right near that Charlton and Baker line as we get the statement that I was just alluding to pop up. Of course, once I'll wrap up, if we don't have the warnings here popping on the next few moments, I'll wrap up and I'm going to leave the stream going. So don't go anywhere and I'll pop right back in on this stream if we need to. Won't always do it like this. We've done that in the past like that and we kind of went away from that a little. But with the afternoon stuff popping up, generally I wouldn't keep the stream going for afternoon stuff. But with this powerful weather technology, I think this is very helpful to just keep going, on the screen here. Just leave going here on the screen so you can see some different things that are going on, even if we don't have warnings with this pop-up accents. You'll be able to continue to watch this over on YouTube, Clouds Weather, Facebook, Casey Cloud WX, Facebook, Clouds Weather, Twitter, the SDX platform at Cloud Casey, SFX platform there. Clouds, WX updates, everything's available. We have Twitch there, Cloud Weather. All the links available at cloudweather.com. You have the Radar Interactive if you just want to zoom in on different areas yourself. That's over on cloudweather.com/radar. So a lot of stuff at your fingertips, at your disposal. The app, we can zoom in on the radar in the app if you're not watching the actual stream of the radar and that's the Cloud Weather app there in the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. So again, a lot of things at your disposal. We have Monday through Friday at 5:30. The Cloud Weather, discussion show here Monday through Friday. Today's Saturday, so we're not necessarily planning to be on here in 8 minutes like we would be most days. We've had a heck of an afternoon here with, just warnings in terms of just, all these popping up. And this happens a lot of times this time of year. This hadn't really happened here until today. I thought it might happen, and here we go with all these warnings popping on up. Giving you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family here. It's the summertime, though. I mean, this isn't really atypical. It just hadn't been happening much this year, but it's going to start happening more than likely. It's just been so hot. Gainesville, last check was still 99, but just got to be really careful as we look at everything, as we track things. The power outages, we're watching those. You can see Pierce County, Charlton County, some of those, percentages. These are percentages. Duval is some out. Glenn, there's quite a few counties with some power outages. Small numbers of out, but quite a few, counties with power outages here. Jefferson, Thomas, Lowndes, Hamilton, Swanee, Lafayette, Dixie, Alachua, Charlton, Ware, Pierce, Glenn, Camden, Nassau, and Duval. So quite a few folks here without electricity here in terms of, if you add it all together, that's getting into maybe a few thousand, give or take, based on what we were looking at earlier with the actual numbers on the other source, not just the percentages here. But again, that's, kind of the storyline this afternoon. This is electrical energy getting going, all that storm energy we've had around, making things, unstable out there. And then we're just going to continue to look here. We had the infrared satellite, so things bubble up here across the area. As we got in the early afternoon, you saw the colder cloud tops right in there across North Florida, southeast Georgia there, really getting, going as we were looking at things and as we were tracking them. I see Dixie, Lafayette flooded values are expired now. As we're looking at that latest information, we can see how things bubbled up here toward our area with the atmospheric parameters. Here, Thunder, where we're at now, east of Stark. Again, seeing a bunch of advisories here. That's what these brownest boxes are for. You see this storm here in Bradford County. We have some lightning here. Just heard a rumble of thunder. And guess what? I can tell you guys where that was because it's in the last 60 seconds. It was right down here. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that because this is how powerful this technology is. This is right there as we're looking toward Hampton Avenue, southeast 122nd Street. So let me do something else. So I'm going to turn some different things on and off. So what we're going to do here, put the SBC outlook on so I can see where Walmart is. Because Walmart is not, it wasn't far from, I just heard another one, by the way, but, you know, you get up in here, you get up toward where Walmart is. That looks like Walmart and all the buildings in front of it. So that one lightning strike there, and I heard another rumble. Okay, I heard a couple. There's this one. I'm not sure if I heard another one, but there's that one. But this lightning strike, let's just see how close that was to Walmart. That was pretty close there. And we'll go ahead. You know, I don't have any active warnings right now, so we can kind of play around with this just a little bit here. I'm in Bradford County, so we're going to go ahead and measure this now. Still be careful. I mean, this is not something to, you know, meteorologically, you still got to be really careful here. But so this is a little bit further than that. I need to kind of, so there's where Walmart is. There's where the lightning was. So let's grab that mileage tool here once more. And then we're going to look here really carefully, you know, at this map. And we're going to see that about 2 miles from Walmart then. 2 miles here from Walmart, that lightning strike. And then we had a recent one here, or, you know, in this frame now, we've had about 14 in the last 15 minutes. A new flash there. It's getting right down here north of Graham. This last 60 seconds. You know, not too far away from 111th Avenue. Just heard another rumble of thunder. It might have been this one here. The southeast 21st Street there. It's getting really tight. Southeast 21st Street. Again, this day, if we have any warnings, because this is really diving into the weeds here with the system, you know, in terms of the meteorology and the lightning. But I heard that rumble of thunder, and approximately, let's see how far that is away from where I'm at. So, you know, about 4 miles or so, give or take. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here with that. You know, 16 lightning strikes here in this frame in the last 15 minutes. Let's go back to the radar. See a lot of lightning, way more even than what we're hearing around here, which is still, you know, a good bit, but, you know, way, way, way more up toward Jacksonville Airport right now. That's not what you want to see, obviously, up there with, if you have a flight, I'm sure you're having some impacts there. Let me see if I can go to our flight delay graphic. It's gonna, let me go ahead and put this up here real quick, or cover here, because I gotta make sure I can find that on the fly here, because I don't have that in a spot where I can go straight to it. So let me just go in here. I'm curious to see if it's showing the flight delays on that here at our own airport there in Lower Duval County. So let's just go ahead and pull this on in. It's actually not right now, but, you know, as things come together, I'm sure there'll be updates. I won't show it to you then, since that's, you know, we're definitely going to be having some delays at this moment with what's going on right there near the airport. But that's probably from a few minutes ago. So, you know, but you see all that lightning there as we look and as we track. So just continuing to watch things as this bubbles up right near the radar, the cone of silence here. That's where the radar is. That's about where the airport is. That's where the weather service in Jacksonville is. And you see all the lightning. It is raining there. It's just you don't see it because it's too low down looking with the actual radar beam here as we're looking out of that Jacksonville site. So again, just continuing to give you guys the latest updates. Again, no active warnings right now locally. Gotta keep checking to make sure that doesn't change, but I'm just gonna go ahead and continue to watch things here. Put it in the now mode. See if we have any new, you know, questions, comments here from any of the viewers at home. There's 7 watching on YouTube, 1 on Twitch right now. Appreciate you guys tuning in here. Appreciate you guys trusting me as we're on the different platforms to give you guys that very latest information. Again, let's look back down here where we're at in Bradford County. See, 16, 15 lightning strikes here last 15 minutes in this frame. As we're looking at some of our different roads here. Again, still with you, just kind of, you know, using this unique technology here See if we have any flashing. I don't see any in the last 60 seconds here right now. Flashing. That's what when we have a lightning strike that flashes. That means it's in the last 60 seconds here. Again, we have no local warnings. And we were on for having to jump back in for a Duval warning. That got dropped. But we still have some action that's, strong or at least impactful with the lightning potential that we're watching. Let me put our power outage information back on here. We're going to go ahead and put the power outage information back on here. We'll do county, that's percentage, but let's just go ahead and do, total. It may not count every electrical provider, but I think this helps us a good bit here. Just giving you an idea what's going on. So 100 or so out in Lowndes, Ware 100. You get to Ward Peterson. It's on the edge of the screen, but about 300 there. 100 a lot to 120. You have Nassau about 100. Clinton County about 500. We had that warning earlier on in Duval, about 500 customers in the dark right there with the outages, with the overall weather situation. Let me tilt this back and zoom out some. I might be able to see this a little bit better here. Zoom out a little bit more, and then, when I do these, I have to take that off and we'll zoom back in, but we'll do these one more time. Now, this is out of our area, but there's a good bit out of our area that out too, but you can kind of see here, giving you guys the latest here with the customers that are in the dark. As we look, I know we used to cover this area up here. I just want to kind of see, that's Moultrie, 700. I don't think we had a warning up there, but still it's 700 out in toward that area this afternoon into the evening. Let's just get back to the Doppler. I think I just heard another rumble of thunder. I'm concentrating so much here. Yeah. Just had another rumble that I heard here in the studio. That one's right there. Let's see where that was. Don't know if it's cloud to ground, but right not far from Dell Lane. If I look at these buildings, if I know these enough, I can tell you what these, buildings are. This is, so, we have, let me put it back into severe mode here. Just don't want to get this wrong, so. Just gotta get my bearings here when we're in tight. That's, Walmart there. So that's, that one there was, it might be past 60 seconds now, so it's not going to flash anymore, but it's probably right behind some of these, car dealerships and the like here. Maybe I think that's Aldi there, if I'm looking at this properly. It's different looking at this from above. Edwards Road, so that's, close to Wawa and where you have your shopping center, up there where the Dollar General is, but I think we just had a lightning strike right there behind areas near a car dealership, but kind of. That's the bypass, but this one here I'm talking about, this, and then you have, right back behind that, maybe the KOA. Got to be careful then, out there. I think that's what that is, actually, maybe. Well, I know we're trying to do this on the fly here, so, because that's Aldi's. This is some good technology here, folks. I'm just trying to, help you guys out a little bit at this point. So this is behind the KOA, in that area there, and this is a little bit approximate, but, the car lot and Aldi, so interesting to look at. I know it's, I'm diving in a little much on this on the air live like this, but I think it's interesting, and I think you guys, it could be useful for you guys too when I'm tracking some of this here as we're tracking quite a bit of that lightning that clustered right in northern Duval County as we look Jacksonville International Airport. Again, no active warnings right now. That's where we're able to get in on some of this stuff here that we generally wouldn't get to. Arnold Road, you have Pecan Park Road there, Owens Road. Bunch of lightning, a lot of it in southern, and my map's going to kick me over here. Got to move my mouse pad up. Okay, so Charlton County here, you can kind of see right there when you're getting into the state, quite a bit of lightning, blinding downpours there. That's not necessarily a road where it'd be that easy to pull off, so not on 121 there. So that wouldn't be necessarily fun to have to go through into Charlton County as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things, so. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. You get into toward parts of Wakulla. Stop choppy there. You see some heavy downpours, some lightning. This is something. Let's check velocity on this. 37, 35, 43. So we'll watch there, see if that needs a warning, but still some pretty gusty winds. Be careful whether there's a warning or not. Again, a lot of this lightning, western Duval, still quite a bit of lightning around Baldwin there near the truck stops and the like. Into western Duval. Technically, I saw Jacksonville, as we talked about earlier on, but around Baldwin, and that's how we went, up there earlier in the year to see that snow in Waycross, you know, back in January. So that was exciting. But again, just trying to give you guys the latest. Let me see here, checking on my different monitors. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, everybody trusting me here. Got 1 on Twitch watching, 5 on YouTube. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here. And they give you guys the very latest, no active warnings right now. So I think we're going to switch back to radar mode for the time being. If we get more warnings, we will pop back on at once here as we give you guys that very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. It's that afternoon pattern. We're going to have a lot of this here next couple months, but it's starting to get going here. As I've shown in that 7-day here. Not every day it's going to be severe like this because of instability. Some days it won't be as high as it was today, but going to have these high rain chances here as we look ahead. Definitely telling that story. It's so hot today, a little bit cooler, yes, as we look ahead, but 97 today. That was what we had here on the 7-day update here, as the conditions were above. I had 96 ahead of time, but went to 97 here. We had 99 Gainesville. I know we're at 88 now, east of Stark, because we're seeing some of the cloud cover in here and the like. So, again, just trying to give you guys that very latest here. Again, with you, we had that hail report up toward Glenn County earlier. We haven't had a lot of storm reports that are overwhelming. Half-inch hail around 250 there. You had Fort Caroline, 243, 47 mile an hour gust. You have 45 in Clay County earlier. Hamilton, a 52 gust. 44 gust there, Duval County. Got some lightning here, some heavy downpours in the Waldo area right now as we get down here. The street level mapping. You get really tight with this northeast 150th Street, Cole Street. You have Wilson Street, Week Street. A little bit of lightning down there. New one down there. Last 60 seconds right there near. Looks like that road's not going to quite fill up, but right on 301 there and not too far away from Northeast 120th Avenue. See some heavy rain as you're on 100 for a bit there between Stark and Keystone. Right near the RV resort, you're getting into a heavy downpour right now. Not fun out there with that wet weather. West of here, High Springs, Brook are staying dry, but we're just going to go ahead and continue to look in here. Some of this electrical energy here and the like as we look at the overall meteorology. So again, just trying to keep you up to date. Giving you guys that latest for our 38 counties. That commitment to you. Been on for every tornado warning storm. It was a 62 county area since late 2019. Now 38. We haven't had any tornado warnings today. This is your summertime pattern. A little bit on the higher end of that. But, nothing just overwhelming here or anything. So that's good, obviously, as we look, as we track. But just trying to keep you guys informed here on the different platforms. Facebook, Casey Cloud WX. Facebook, Cloud Weather. Twitter /X at Cloud Casey. YouTube at Cloud Weather. Twitch, Cloud Weather. We have the Twitter X platform there, Clouds WX updates, cloudweather.com. We have the apps there, the mobile apps. Download them if you haven't already. KC Cloud, just I'm trying to give you the latest. It's KC Cloud Weather is how it's labeled in Apple there, Cloud Weather over in Android. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on the overall meteorological scenario here. It's all about trying to give you guys that very latest information, but no active warnings for the time being, so I think we're free to go ahead and switch back over to the radar mode, but still be careful. We'll be back as conditions warrant here in the Weather Center. I'm monitoring things. I'm watching things. I'm tracking them here for you, trying to keep you guys informed. I'm just kind of get a map framed on up here before I switch it on over so we kind of get a good look at that here on the screen for everybody, where we have some of the worst the acts in here, the most, impactful activities. So again, we're just going to be here. We're going to be watching. We're going to be tracking. I'm going to be here giving you guys the latest. It's about giving you guys that very latest information. And, just thanks for tuning in for now, though. Thanks so much for tuning in for now. We're going to leave that radar. Running here. And if I need to come back to this stream, I will. If I don't need to, I won't. We'll see if we have more warnings. It's very much possible. And if, again, we have more warnings, we'll be back on with the very latest. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here on this Saturday.